under moonlight, checking your physique. I don't think I could want you anymore. Chilling with your girl, I'm jealous that I can't just run over and take you on the floor. And I don't wanna cross nobody. I know it's never worth the pain, but I can feel your eyes run down me, and all my sense just flips away.
Hey, what is up? Welcome back to another episode of Building Muster Minutes live on stream. This is episode 30 we're on today, and we're picking up from where we were left off on the last session. We were designing some of the UI design layout, so we're doing a lot of design work, HTML, CSS. We're kind of jumping around between all of that stuff, so we're going to continue on that today. The last stream was Monday, it's now Wednesday. I had to take yesterday off. But we'll kind of pick up where we were and work out what we've got left to do. So this is the home screen that we kind of have to sign in. We fixed up some stuff while we were doing some other stuff. We've got rid of the padding. There was an annoying kind of over scroll padding issue going on here. That's now resolved. Good to know. If we jump in, this is after we've signed in. This was one of the main screens we were kind of looking at on the last couple of sessions, the meetings list page. I'm actually quite happy with the direction this is going in now. I quite like this hover state with a little growing effect. And also the colour in the hover state as well, where the kind of colour pops into place. There's a lot more kind of feeling like we've got a bit more range now in the contrast, so that's good. If we move into clicking on one of these, this screen obviously needs some work. This is a mess right now, it's just a dumping ground of links. But if we ignore that page and move into the transcription itself, we're here. We made some changes here. One of the things I did off stream, one of the only things I've done off stream, is I just added in this little section, this section at the top. We already had this section before. At the end of last stream, it got dropped, so that's now back in there. Still not quite happy with it, but like I wanted to make sure we kind of didn't lose functionality. And we've got these kind of sidebar sections. I'm not happy with these right now. I rewrote the JavaScript for this the last session to make it kind of hinge scroll. I actually, now that I'm playing with it more and looking at it more, I don't really like this behaviour. I think I've decided. And also it there's a few things about this that just feel a little bit weird right now. And I'm trying to make this kind of concept work where there's like the transcript popped out and then these things on the side. But as soon as you scroll, it doesn't work. And also like having this, like this space here is just wasted at the moment. So that's something I need to figure out. Yeah, it's tricky, you know, it's tricky. So I don't know, I think I'm going to probably change up how some of this works. And then we'll have to figure out a different option. There's some of this stuff. And then the transcription in the middle is looking good. We have the audio player at the bottom now. I actually quite like the audio player being at the bottom. I think I do need some more controls to make it clear how to kind of play the audio. It's a bit hidden down there. Perhaps we just need to boost its contrast up. Perhaps giving it a different background color might help do that. Perhaps if we grab this background color of the toolbar, one of the things we might be able to do is go on the audio player and give it some styles potentially. But you know, I'm not entirely sure. This bit here, if we go background and then color white, see there, and then I need to change all of these icons to white. I don't know, I'm not sure on that one yet. That might be a stretch too far, but yeah, what have we got? We've got the toasts we need to deal with at some point, so that's something else in here. And yeah, I think we're going to continue working on the design. We're going to maybe bring these sidebars up, make them actually kind of full sidebars with overflow scroll. I think that's going to be the next thing, actually. Having these as separate scrollable regions, I feel like is probably the next thing I'm going to try, because what we've been trying so far hasn't been working. And yeah, if I jump back into some of the other pages, obviously we need to add some padding to some of these screens. We'll come back to those. Yeah, I think we'll jump into this. We'll start here. We'll make this, I guess we're going to drop the JavaScript that we had. I'll boost up the font size here of my editor so you can all see what's going on there. And I think it's a cold, so they're going to take a little while to warm up on the keyboard. But let's see. We're also going to have an ad in a moment. I hate the first one. The first one's annoying, but hey. Let's see, what have we got? What have we got? What have we got? We are going to the transcription show. And I guess we're going to take out the pinned element stuff. Because we ain't going to need it. We're going to take a different approach. Okay, pinned element's gone. Now, what's next? Well, you know, we've kind of got this relative columned thing going on. We've got the meta at the top. I think maybe let's take this section and drag it into there. So what does that look like? How does that feel? What have we got? What have we got going on? I don't know why this is slow. I need to add app signal link to the page to figure out some of those details. Okay, interesting. I'm not thrilled with this bit, you know, but I think we'll figure out what to do with this in a second. I do think that this has to be all the way. I think we're gonna have to 26J to there, get rid of those. Also, I think maybe round to large goes as well. 26. Delete 2B. Okay. Now I actually think I'm probably going to introduce like tabs or something to this layout. That might even help us kind of consolidate some of these into one page, one side maybe. Would be an option. Might be able to simplify some things if I did that. Okay. So we've kind of got this going on. Ooh, where do we go from here? So I've got this columned thing going on.
Watch my life pass me by, never knowing where I belong in the web of
columned. Where is columned used? On the transcriptions, on the welcome demo, on the meeting show, transcription show. So perhaps we could make columned. Each of the columns have overflow scroll. And I just need to make sure that the columns fill the height. Do I add it to the columns? Or do I add it here? Like, what is the Tailwind? Tailwind, CSS. Oh, I forgot as well. I'm going to switch over to the stream window. Just makes it easier for me to manage my windows. Find our way back. And then we'll go back in here and go Tailwind, CSS, and then Command K, and then we'll look for, what are we looking for? We are looking for the overflow scroll. Overflow auto, overflow scroll. Okay. Overflow scroll. Okay, fine. If I refresh, what's that going to do? Like, is that... just have scroll bars showing. All ridiculously large. Can I overflow just a vertical direction? Overflow Y? Okay. Wrong way around. %s overflow dash becomes overflow dash Y dash. Because I noticed there were like some horizontal scroll bars going on. Not really sure why we have a scroll bar here, not here. I think one of the things that I need to consider doing here is this relative column is inside main. Interesting. Okay, okay. Maybe... I guess what I want to happen here is this to be a kind of height that's that fills the screen. Flex 1. Height auto. If I set a height of 100 VH on this, what does that do? 960. But I'm still overflow hidden. Okay. I guess hidden is fine here, right? Because I kind of want it to be hidden because you shouldn't be able to scroll the main window. It's been a little while since I've done this. I'm like, hang on, what am I doing here? Each of these have overflow scroll, but height of them all. Right, that's 903. That's like ridiculously large. So why? What am I doing? It's going to be quite tricky on the old mobile responsive. It's going to make mobile responsive difficult. I just have to disable some of these styles on mobile, perhaps. I mean, even the old height 100 BH there is kind of okay. Fine. It just needed overflow hidden. Overflow hidden just causes the things to overflow though. Well, actually, I want them to constrain the height. Flex. Justify content. Stretch. Why is this not working? I've got a lot going on here, so let's just go to code pen and then just see if I can recreate what I'm trying to recreate with just some simple things, you know, simple. Create a new pen. Okay. Don't know what that was, but sure. Don't need any JavaScript. So what do we want? We've got a page. We're going to have a div of some sort, which is going to be our page. Dot page. And inside that, we've got our header. We've got our main. And then our main is broken up by section times 3. Right, got 3 sections. Okay, so that's what we got. We got our page. How's it going, my friend? Hey, Danny Rick, how's it going? I'm good, thank you. Section as well. So this the main. We want to make sure that we're display flex, and we are going to flex 1. I mean, technically we have. I want to keep it simple, but technically what we have in here is the columns. So we kind of got a bit more advanced stuff going on here. That is essentially switching it to a column layout. I'm pretty good, thanks. Getting ready for another day of redesign and not looking forward to it. How come you're not looking forward to it? We're going to make this height like 50 pixels, background. I used to know a good bunch of like HTML color codes, but well, the only one I'm thinking of right now is forest green. Like, it's not. There's some nice ones. Nice CSS color. Codes. I don't know. I want the named ones. I don't know why I'm being specific about this. But yeah, like higher width, or we'll go dark cyan just so it's the same. Background, dark cyan. Okay. Body, we can make margin 0. And we'll also set the background on these to pale turquoise, mint cream, white smoke. Okay, so next thing I want to do here is this should be display flex. Flex direction should be column. Is it column? UI is where my skills are really lacking, so I have to go through a ton of iterations to be able to get something looking somewhere decent. That's fair. It does take some time to iterate. So height 100 VH. Flex 1. Right, so that should cause that to do that. It's a 1.5, but I'm slowly getting there. Do you have any resources that you're kind of referring to? And there's a whole bunch that I really like the guys who made Tailwind Refactoring UI. It's a really good book on that. There's another one as well that came out. My brain's failing to remember what's it called. A bit on my... There's another one somewhere. It's similar. Practical UI. Oh, wrong page. Practical UI. The Refactoring UI book's really good, and then they also have loads of tweets as well. I think they have on their website. Where is the tweets? Yeah, links to it on there. Why does that link there? What? Okay, it doesn't. Steve Shoga has loads of good. He has a good tweet thread somewhere. Refactoring UI tweets. Somewhere he has a good like list of tweets. If you just scroll through his Twitter, I'm sure you'll find them. And then another one that's pretty good is the Practical UI. I find those two are like some of the best resources on kind of patterns for UI design, for kind of aimed at developers. Okay. Absolutely no resources. I've just left work recently and the clients we had always provided designs, so there wasn't much need for it. Now I'm working my own project. It's something I need to look into more. Thank you. No worries. That's cool. So you're working on some of your own projects now? Block ends 10 pixels. Not sure why width works here, but hey. What I really wanted to know was like how... I did the... Do not shrink. Okay. Let's grab another colour that might look okay. Slate grey or something. Yes, it's within a passion of mine. I really enjoy playing darts. I thought I'd work on a platform for practicing and playing online games. I'm having a lot of fun working on it actually. Work burnt me out of programming, so I stopped enjoying it as much. I went for a similar thing actually, like the work thing. I'm taking a break from work at the moment to just work on this and some other projects as well that I'm doing off stream at the moment. But yeah, I think that's a lot in the industry at the moment. I keep seeing this common trend where people are like, I think with the there's lots of layoffs as well happening at the same time, so I think a lot of people are kind of going, actually, you know what, might do something different for a bit. That sounds quite cool though, with the darts thing. Okay. So I need each one of these to have overflow Y scroll. But they break out. It's great if it's possible for you to do. I'm only 25 and wanted to get university done while I'm still young too, so that was another big factor in the decision to leave. That's fair enough. Yeah, it's definitely a privileged option, I think. I can do it for a bit, but I will have to return to work at some point. Or make something that, you know, kicks off and we'll see. Go solo for a bit. I've done this before and I can't work out why I can't make this work. Like, that's my goal, have a project kick off or have enough income from freelancing, otherwise I'll be part-time job in the next year or two. Yeah, it sounds like a good plan. My thinking as well with the projects that I'm working on is that, like, either they kick off and like do bring in a bit of income or a bit of money, right? Or they become really good portfolio projects of like applying for jobs at some point. So we'll see, but I kind of see them as a win-win at the moment. And then I'm also just building stuff that I need as well for other stuff that I've got going on. So it's a triple win, potentially. Definitely, I don't see my darts platform being something that can replace the salary by any means, but it's 100% a fantastic product for portfolio. Yep. What am I doing wrong here? You know, the section has overflow scroll. You can see that because the scroll bars are there. Oh, I should have had padding 0 on that then. Oh, maybe these should be like height 100%. Maybe these need position relative because of the whole. Not quite. I actually made a darts website a few years ago. It's pretty terrible compared to the one I'm working on now, and that played a big part in getting my job. Yeah, I think like building side projects is experience. I'm not really building these to kind of demonstrate any experience because I've been in the industry for, I don't know, 15 odd years now. But I think starting out, like, definitely, I think I saw Pirate Software did a short the other day talking a little bit about that as well, where like definitely count side project. If you've been working on a side project for a number of years, like that is experience. It's obviously different experience to working on a kind of legacy application with a team and having to deal with all of the stuff that's there, but it's experience nonetheless. The challenge is working out how to communicate that experience and what it means, what value it means you can add to a team. My value is I can't figure out what I'm doing wrong on the most simple CSS thing. I've done this before. That's the greatest thing about our industry, being able to show off your stuff, or at least your potential. Yeah, exactly. Like, you can do something at home that's a personal project, and that can directly translate into something that you can show off and get a job. And you can also get better at it as well without having to apply for a job. Like, you can spend time on it and like harness or your craft. Hone your craft is the word I was looking for there. What are you trying to do? I'm trying to have the top bar, like I'm basically trying to create a layout where I've got a top bar and then 3 columns, and the 3 columns have the height that fill the rest of the window. And then the 3 columns have overflow scroll in them, so they're kind of separate scrollable regions. I'm just going to quickly look at something I've done in the past off screen. Because there's like one line of CSS that I'm just missing, and I'm like, what am I missing? What am I looking? I can't even remember the project that I'm looking for. Oh, of course that's not right because I'm not looking. Overflow hidden scroll. I may have misunderstood. Yeah, it's overflow hidden and scroll. But I've got let's simplify it. If I get rid of the sections, I just have a header and main. I guess I need this space filler to see the section that's overflow. Fine. So let's cut back a little bit, and then we'll kind of get from here. Padding 10 pixels just so I can create some space. So I have a header which is 100 pixels high, and I have the does the body need overflow hidden to make this work? No. So I have the body, and inside the body I have the page, and the page has a height of 100 VH, so the viewport height, 100% of it. I mean, I guess I could just make this 100% as long as on the HTML on the body I have height 100%, right? And that way, if I don't have this thing that's filling the space, then this is still that's all white now. Oh, because I got rid of this like background white smoke. Yeah. Okay. So when I have 100 VH, that kind of white smoke area fills the height, should do. So I've got the page with flex direction column, so that means I have stuff being laid out in a column. The header is at the top, and then I have the main section beneath that, which is this slightly grey area, which if I changed it to red, just so you can see it clearer. This red section is my main area, and it obviously has some padding. I want this red area to fill the height that's left. That's the first goal, right? Why is that not working? Should work. Oh, it needs flex 1 on it. Okay, so now we have that going on. Now I could just make this overflow scroll, right? And then if it's got scroll bars, overflow dash Y scroll. Got a scroll bar on the right hand side for scrolling that. But add back in our space filler. That works. We have overflow scroll in there. That's what I wanted. The next part, I guess, is actually I don't want this to scroll. I want the stuff inside of it to scroll. So instead of this, and I'm just going to get rid of the red for a second. We're going to put it to white smoke again. Instead of this, we're going to have our sections in here. Section times 2. Let's just do 2, right? And then one of them has the space filler in it. Now we're going to go display flex on the main and flex direction row. I mean, I don't need to do the row. It should just do that by default, right? Flex 1. Okay. So those two fill the space. We still have our overflow scroll Y in the main, but actually I want these to be independently scrollable. So if our first section had some text in it, like hello world, I want to see that there. When I scroll, I want hello world to stay there, and I want this section to be scrollable separate from that section. So to do that, we move the overflow Y scroll into the section. Okay. So now we're scrollable inside of scrollable, but this section just needs to be hidden because I don't need the scroll bar there. Okay. I don't know what I missed the first time round, but that was much simpler. Like, that is how we do this. What did I miss? I don't know what I missed. No. You know, I don't know. Height, 100%. Wonder if I can get away with the view H bit in there. See, we need to talk about it step by step. Finished by now. Yeah, exactly. I think the problem is something like this. I typically only ever do once per project, so it's very easy to forget some of that, like, overflow scroll stuff. And I've been burnt out on overflow scroll too much, so I've been avoiding doing that stuff. But hey, okay, this is essentially what I want to create, and then if I had more sections, then I can add those in and it'll still work. Cool. I don't really know. I guess these are showing on Mac because I've got mouse enabled. I hate when it shows you the scroll bar. Is there scroll bar hide until scroll? Like, I want to. I just hate the look of the scroll bars. They make the design look ugly. Okay, fine. This is what I want to create, but I need to create it over here. I only used scroll a few weeks ago, but I definitely would have forgotten it too if I hadn't. It's not so much the scroll property itself, it's the relationship between all of the other properties that's tricky with CSS. And you can get into a space where you're just throwing stuff at it and trying to get it working, and then you just end up a mess. Alright, so let's go to our base CSS. One of the things that I know I need to make sure I have for this to work is up here, HTML and body. They both need to have height 100% for this to work. Like that is a fundamental. I don't necessarily know if like this display flex direction column, I think I can just do on the page. On the body rather. We shouldn't have changed anything. I don't really remember if this was. Has this got position sticky on it or something? Heading? Header? Yeah, I don't need this anymore because it's going to be sticky because it's now kind of embedded in the flex layout, or will be embedded in the flex layout. We'll comment those out. And now it's not sticky, but we'll come back. We'll get back to that. We'll get back to it, and then things are going to look worse before they get better for a second. Body, main. What do we have in the main? Gotta have flex 1. And an overflow Y hidden. But sometimes it might be overflow scroll. I think I'm going to have to move main into the screens themselves. Here's a question for you. Let's say you have a container fixed to the bottom of the screen with a height of 30%, and then you have another element on the top of the screen which should expand down to the top of the fixed container, which becomes scrollable. I messed with this so much that my brain died and I haven't been back to it since. Let's give that a go. I like doing some of this stuff in CodePen because it's just easy to throw together, and also if I manage to make it work, you can have the link. So what have we got? We've got a well, first let's just make sure we remove any of the annoying stuff like margin 0 on there. So container fixed to the bottom of the screen with a height of 30%. Let's just do that first. So one of the patterns that I like to use here, and actually this is a resource I'm taking it from, but this every layout. Again, it's another thing that you have to buy, but they have a bunch of really good snippets of CSS, but the one that I'm going to suggest here maybe is the cover. And they go into a lot of detail about how it all works and stuff, but basically the CSS kind of is down here, and it's not cover that I was looking for, sorry, it's the is it the stack? I think it might be stack. I'm gonna grab some of the CSS here. Split after. Yeah, so let's grab this because I think I'm going to use this in here. So let's create a div, or let's create a stack, and then we're going to have, I guess, 2 elements in it potentially. Element 1, and then another div with bottom element. Class is gonna be like bot fixed to bot, I don't know. And so fix to bot margin top auto. Is it that? Is that how that works? Or is it margin bottom on the first element? Which way round did they? Every layout. Somewhere down here. What the split after 1. Margin block end. Yeah, actually it does have to be the margin on the bottom. So it's not that one. It's like div dot stack first child margin bottom auto. Actually, I think the stack has to be height 100%. So again, we need to make sure that the height of our HTML and our body, which I'll just do in here, height 100%. Is that right? Let's add some border, 2 pixel solid red. Okay, so you can see our stack is filling the height of the screen. Actually, it has to be this, right? Yeah. So the first child has this margin on the bottom of auto, so it pushes the bottom element as far down to the bottom of the screen as it will go. We don't need that border anymore because we kind of know how that's working. If we then went to our fix to bot and then set the height of that to 30%, is that going to work? Higher width so we can see it. Padding 10 pixels. Okay, not sure why there's more padding on the top. Maybe that's the paragraph, but anyway. Okay, cool. We've got element 1 up there, and then we've got our bottom element down there. Then we take our... I guess we'll give these 2 classes so we can reference them. Top element, bot element. Then we can go, this is the bot element, and then this is the top element. All I did was rename the classes. What are you doing? Refresh. Save. See if that'll trigger it. Oh, interesting. I directly fixed it to the bottom so it wouldn't be recognised by other elements and DOM. Go underneath. But the approach may have thrown me off and sent me into a spiral. Yeah, you probably could have taken that approach as well. Why is this not working right now? What have I misspelt something? Top element, bot element. This top element isn't as specific. This margin block 0 is overriding it. So it's CSS specificity that's the issue there. Again, CSS, like that might also be another thing that sometimes throws people off. I'll go into that in a second, but the issue there was this wasn't specific enough, so the margin bottom was getting overwritten by the margin block 0 down there. What I'm curious about here is, will this trigger the overflow? So I'm going to grab this little space filler thing that I had from before and just stick that down there. Fill some space, and then ul.space filler li times 20. Okay, so now we've lost all of our stuff obviously, but if we go back up to our top element, can we do overflow hidden maybe? Which means we can probably do overflow scroll. Overflow -y scroll. We probably don't want... What's this weird white line here, where's that coming from? Oh, there's like margin between the two things. Fine, no, that's because the default stack has margin. So we can get rid of the margin between items. There we go. And then obviously if you don't have as many of these, we can get rid of them. And that should prevent the scroll bar from showing, or the scroll bar's there, but yeah. And then this bottom element. One of the interesting things here though is the this bottom element is shrinking because of the flex. That's just how flex is. So if you don't want that to shrink, you want it to stay at 30%, you can do flex shrink 0. And that will make sure it's always 30% of the screen. Yeah, so that's how that works. So you just need to make sure that the stack has 100%. That's it. God, I want to cut my mouse wire right now. Thank you, my friend. That's all right, no worries. Let's give this a quick name. Why did that say to leave? Stack with fixed bottom element. Then we can save that, and then how do I share? Is there a link? It might just be this URL. There you go. You can play around with that code there. I think the approach you were going with was more like a if I fork this. The fork button's down there. If I fork this, I think the approach you were probably taking was maybe more like I don't have the stack. But then take this and do like position fixed, maybe bottom 0, and like another thing here is like inline. Actually, we like inline options. No, inset rather. Inset inline 0, left and right 0. Then set block end 0. I don't know if you've done much with the logical properties, but I like to use those often for setting that. And then height would be like block size 30%. Hey, how's it going? How's you doing? And then if you're going to take this approach, the main thing you really need to do is just make sure that the page has the padding on the bottom or something to like offset it. So like I guess we could do it on the stack here because they're in the stack, but you need to make sure that padding bottom 30%. Is that going to work? Or margin bottom 30%. I didn't want to add it on both of those, it'd be on the body, right? Yeah, this is where it gets tricky. Like, why can't I add? Perhaps VH would work here as a unit. I guess I don't really know. That might be ending here, so I'll do 31. This is what I was going with, but I gave up on it. Yeah, see, there's still elements hidden behind the bottom element here. So it's like, how do you... Margin can be a bit pain because sometimes it collapses. That is the last one there. So that also works. That's another option. Although it kind of works. Kind of gets you most of the way. Does percentage work there as an option? Yeah. So you can use percent. And then it. I actually think the padding is based on the width. This is a weird thing. Like very old CSS, before we had aspect ratio, that's how you would do like responsive video widths. You would set like the padding. You'd set the height to be 0 of something, and then do like the padding bottom is 62.5%, and then you'd get a 16:9 aspect ratio. So as you resize the width, the height is adjusting. So padding is a bit weird. Like there's a weird relationship between the padding when you put percent sign values in there. If you use the VH as the viewport height unit, you get a lot closer, but obviously it's very different. Percent, like slightly different, is it? I think the problem here is I've got this padding here, so it adds. So if you set them both to 30 VH, that is viewport height, and it's a percentage of the viewport height. So this is essentially where you'd want it to go if you wanted to do the position fixed approach. I guess I can do some text in there to make sure that's clear that that's the last one. Yeah, this was an issue. I'd get it working fine device, then think boom, and then change the device or screen, then drop a few tiers. Yeah, it's percentages in padding is something that's easy to forget, and actually it is a massive problem. But if you use the VH unit, then you know you're dealing with the height of the viewport. They're just not. I think they're supported by most browsers now. VH. Internet Explorer obviously is meh, but it's actually had partial support since IE9. So actually, the only thing that doesn't really support it is Opera Mini, and 0.07%. So yeah, this approach probably has a little bit less CSS. You probably don't have to worry so much about some of the other stuff going on, but the first approach should be a bit more flexible. If you put it inside something, it will work, whereas this is obviously a lot more constrained to the viewport height. First approach is ideal here. Looking forward to revising that now. No worries. Happy to kind of play around with some of those little CSS challenges. Sometimes they're quite fun I find them quite fun to solve. I find the aspect ratio 62.5% padding CSS HTML hack, like that's a weird thing that people just don't need to do anymore. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Yeah, this is the weird hack you'd do. You'd basically have a div where you set the position relative height at 0, but then the padding top is 56.25. Okay, might have got it wrong, but obviously, yeah, 56.25% is 100% divided by 16 times 9. So you get the 16:9 ratio. Yeah. So you can do weird stuff like this, but now you just have this, and it's much easier. CSS has definitely got better over the years. Anyway, what was we doing? So we were in here. I think that I have some stuff that I need to add on my main, like flex 1, regardless. So we'll do that, flex 1. I don't really need to worry about the background. I don't really need to worry about the. I need to worry about the overflow, and then the display flex as well. So I'll just do going on there? Overflow Y, scroll. Let's just do this to start with. Cool. So this will towards the overflow scroll, and then we'll go. I don't want it to always be scroll. That's the problem here. I'm gonna go head off and grab some food. Thanks for the chat. Enjoy the rest of your stream. No worries. Thank you. Hope you enjoy your food and have a good day. Overflow for Y, scroll. I now want on this screen specifically not to be overflow scroll. I wonder if I could do this with CSS to just figure out, you know, like actually, let's Control E. I want to get back here. If I show transcription, first thing we're showing in here is this like column thing, right? So what if I detected that column and then changed the style dependent on that? Now I don't know, can I use .com? We're spending a lot of time on this site today, but can I use, what do I want to check if I can use? I want to check if I can use has selector. It's looking pretty good. It cuts out IE, unfortunately, but hey, who really cares about IE? Let's see usage relative. There's still a good, like 2% people on the old version of Firefox up there. It's been very recent that has selector got added to Firefox, like literally end of last year. What's this flag? Not supported by default, but can be enabled. You have to manually enable the has select. You know, Firefox, Safari ahead of the time here, 2022. Okay, so maybe that's not the best idea. It does have, it's growing in its support, but I'm not sure. Because what I was thinking was maybe I could do something here where it's like, as a direct child with columns, where if it does that, then it just display flex, just there. No, overflow hidden. You know, and that would cause this scroll bar here to disappear. Should do, but didn't, you know. Don't know if you can do that in. Oh no, that did work. Yeah, so this has a direct child that is called columned, and then that causes the thing to become hidden instead. I think we'll go with it for now. I actually kind of like this approach where, like, hey, if it's column, then transcription, and then if I just check the other pages, they have the scroll still. They still are overflow scroll. Cool. Now we need to get columned working. Well, I'm only using columned for this kind of layout anyway, so let's make it specific to that layout. Overflow Y scroll. So I already have overflow Y scroll on these things though. So that's not a problem, right? Perhaps the height has to be 100% as well. And then the height of these all have to be 100%. So I just need to pass height 100% all the way down the stack. That was the main issue I was running into. Height 100%. Height 100%. And then if we refresh this, these are all independently scrollable if they need to be. And now I've got scroll bars everywhere, which I really hate. It looks ugly, you know. This gap as well. It's doing gapping. We have an ad break as well, so I'm just going to quickly go grab a drink and then I will be back in a moment. Hey, I'm back. Okay, where are we going with this? What have we got going on? I'm sure I saw something recently about like WebKit, scroll bar, hide, like I don't necessarily want to hide the scroll bar too much because I obviously don't want it to but I just like to be able to style it a little bit so that I don't have the like a custom scroll bar would be quite nice. Like scroll bar gutter. What's the deal with that? Kind of in Safari, but kind of not. You have to enable it, setting it to true. Okay. Okay, scroll bar gutter. Let's check what MDN has to say. Classic scroll bars create gutter when overflow is scroll, or when overflow is auto. When the classic scroll bars, the gutter will be present. When using classic scroll bars, the gutter will be present if overflow is auto scroll or hidden, even if the box is not overflowing. Oh, I see. So it adds the same width of the scroll bar to the left and the right. That's interesting. What's the deal with overlay scroll bar? Like, because is it just because I've got a mouse plugged in? Oh, show scroll bars like when scrolling. My preferred system preference. Yes. That's caused my stream manager to do some weird things, so I'm just gonna have to refresh that because I think, yeah, there we go. Yep, that is how I like my browser to work. Sweet. It's a bit weird though, because it's in the wrong space. I'd imagine it to be here. So I kind of think I'm going to take the gap off on that. But before I do that, I also want to check another thing, which is as I bring this down, like I can't scroll anymore. Like you can only scroll the one section. So I need to figure out what I'm doing on mobile. I guess this happens at 64 rem, and at 64 rem dot columned asterisk overflow y none, or like auto. What is the default overflow? Visible. What's the default? Visible. Fine. And then like maybe main should also have overflow y scroll. Like body main goes back to being scroll. Then I want to make it just so that when I get to this point where this happens, should be able to keep scrolling. Let me scroll, man. Let me scroll. Okay, why can't I scroll? Let's expect. Gotta let the browser catch up, you know, a bit slow. It's a bit slow. Overflow. Well, there isn't one on that. Overflow Y scroll. Get out of here. There's no more overflow. No. Still. It's interesting that this, even though this is the media query wrapped around it, this is still the one that over trumps it. Do I have to make sure that the media query is at the bottom? My name is Jassim. I find exploits in games. I make cheats and scripts and sell license in my Discord. Good for you. Thank you for the follow. Not really a place to do some self-promotion though. Especially not as your first message. I want to become part of your community. You're welcome. You're welcome to become part of the community, but That's okay. That's okay. Well, I'm happy for you to describe what you do and who you are. We'll let it slide. We'll let it slide. I'll let you off. What am I doing here? Okay, well, why can't I scroll? The main. Maybe I have to have it the same specificity. And the height also has to be fixed. This is getting a little bit horrible, you know. How's your day going? League of Lego? Height 100%, height 100%. Maybe have to set the height auto. Columns, height, auto. Okay. That definitely still works on mobile then. That there's a lot going on here. I wonder if this becomes more than a composition now. I don't really know. I feel like I should maybe move from go back to here. I wonder if I should be grabbing this and taking it out there. Does it actually feel, actually even maybe all of this? Mark has invalid line number. Oh yeah, it's because I did the weird thing. If I go... Where do I go? Where was I? Columned. I wonder actually, I might rename this file and then call it like site layout and then have all of the styles relating to like the layout of the site in here. And then maybe this moves, you know, maybe this moves out. Body, and then we'll do that there, and then we'll also do the HTML and the body height 100%. Okay, and then perhaps we'll go and find that layout composition. And maybe we move it, you know, like maybe it moves into like global. Because it feels now that this is something else, you know, this isn't a composition anymore, this is global. Global layout, and then in here we're going to have to import the global layout. At import global / layout.css. I'm probably going to have to Control-C this and reboot it because it's got some new CSS files it needs to look for. Okay, happy with that, and then let's just check to see what we've got going on. Did it still work? You know, have I completely broken everything? No, it's still pretty solid. Layout global. One of the things I'm kind of not sure on now is the gap. I'm kind of going to get rid of the gap. I want the gap to be embedded in, you know, because I actually feel like... What do I feel like? I do not know, you know. The pop out. Margin top, margin bottom. Well, I think that's going to be margin. And then... I don't really know what's going on with that. That feels like it makes more sense. I'm happy with that. And then if I go back here, this still scrolls, the styles there make sense and apply as they should. This page is fine. This page works well. If I jump back, find a different meeting, edit the transcription. If I want to take this and drag it up, I can do that. Drag it down, put it there. Did you use mail sender? I did. Thank you for the recommendation on that. Yeah, I had to verify me, so it took a little bit longer, but yeah, got it all set up. I'm working. I did run into some other issues as well with like the sending. I can go out to use create an SMTP credential where I like the documentation for Rails said to create like an API token or something. I managed to solve it in the end, but yeah, it's working pretty well. I've been getting emails from it, so I haven't checked that actually in the last couple of days, but mailer send, login. Yeah, approved. How have you been? I didn't ask if this is asked. Are you using AI for transcription? I am using AI for transcription. I'm using I'm using Amazon Transcribe. Still job hunting. Best of luck for the job hunting. What kind of roles are you looking for? One thing I noticed is that colour is different to that colour. This is minor, but I am going to resolve this. Is this Polaris and that's porcelain over there maybe? This is Polaris 600. This is Polaris 800. Add sub item. And then we can just do S800 can become 600. There we go. I'm flexible, front end, back end, mediocre at both. You shouldn't put yourself down like that. But that's cool. Is that mostly JavaScript on both, or just any language, or just you have a preference? Mainly JavaScript. Yeah, I assumed because front end and back end, typically. It's usually JavaScript people are doing. But sometime I want to learn Ruby to work in Japan. I'd love to visit Japan at some point, but it's not why I do Ruby. Not why I've started doing Ruby. Well, then maybe it should be. Maybe there's a... I hadn't thought about the connection before, but... Maybe that's the dream, you know? TokyoDev.com. Software developer jobs in Japan for English speakers. What? I'm not good with currency conversion, especially for the yen. I have no idea what these numbers are. They look huge. I didn't realize the yen was like that. Like 9 million. Like, they're just really big numbers. Might be low for you, but worth check out. Okay, so 10 million yen is like 50 grand. Okay, it's interesting. That's quite cool. I had no idea this. And there's a whole bunch of these that are like remote, right? Fully remote. No Japanese, like apply from abroad. Do you not even need to be? Does that mean you need to be moving? But if I apply from abroad, do I still have to move or? I don't know. There's some interesting companies in there. That's quite cool. That's too low for you. It's not too low. Maybe it's too low. I don't know. I'm not. Well, there was some on there as well that were like double that. So I was just using the 10 million yen as a ballpark to work out the rest. Because there was the 20 million yen one, and then there was also the other one as well. So there's some 1 year trial for both the employer and the employee. If you like it, they can assist you with your visa. Fair enough. Of course, there's stigma for Japanese work culture, but the foreign ones, it's not. Yeah, I thought there was something like that. But then I think there should be stigma for some of the US work culture as well, so, you know. Okay. Fine, I've got that layout going on, that's fine. I'm happy with the direction the layout is taken. I'm wondering whether it's a good time to commit and then work on evolving some of the other parts. If I take a look at some of the other screens right now, this is what it looked like. Quite drastically different. Obviously this is a different screen I'm looking at here, but between this and that, quite different. Click on add meeting. I still need to do some stuff with the form layout. Something I need to figure out. That would be okay. And then if I go back and then click on meeting. This page I need to figure out, but hey, like we'll get there. And then when you edit the transcription, actually, oh yeah, the audio is missing from there now. Fine. And then the screen is drastically different, but kind of the same. Yeah, I think it all... not sure when that's bold and that's not. That's a bit weird, but that's lost its boldness. Because that's just that link. Meta show. Meta. Here we can make sure that the link to has a class of bold. Is it font bold, text bold? Font bold I'm going to go with. Fingers crossed. Again, why is it slow? Should reload instantly. It was a different colour, and we've added font bold. Now suddenly it's like, text hello. 600. Okay. 600 looks a bit much there in that specific instance. I think we'll go with the 800. Again, why is it slow? Where did this get its colour from, and where did it get its... If it's not got a class, the colour comes from the current colour, but as soon as the class was there, so the colour was coming from like the text colour, I suppose. Okay. Fine. Yep, I think we'll commit and see what we've got here. Post CSS added that layout, the button. I added some stuff to it, changed the colours and the font weight of the button. That's what's caused some of the bold and not bold to be happening, but hey, we'll come back to it. The header got some styles added to it and cleaned up and tidied away. The meeting panel got updated as well. I can remove that comment. I wonder if it's better to just do this in like the Git thing here. If I stage everything and then review it. Sorry about that. That looks fine. That looks okay. Good chunk of CSS removed. The meeting panel, I was quite happy how the meeting panel turned out. Pop out has the margin at the top changed, or margin around the pop out's changed. Holland has been removed. Base CSS changed slightly. We've got a new colour for some of the bigger headings, and then darkened the rest of the headings. Layout is the one that we set up that does a good chunk of stuff now. The pinned element controller, actually, you know, I think we'll get rid of. I think we're going to delete it because we just don't need it anymore. That was fine. Pinned element. Also, again, that one can go. That was the one I just changed the color. Delete 6J, tidy that up. Yes, should be fine, but let's check it. Log out. Right, if I go to the root screen, fine, that's good, that's what I expected. Don't stop showing me the password manager thing. I don't want to use you, thank you. The meta, small change, transcription. Maybe we bring those back. If I go in here, edit transcription, refresh. Do I have to write that file? Where are these? Why are they not showing? I guess Control K. It says render transcription there. That one. What was I looking at then? Don't know what I'm doing there, you know? We'll bring those back just for now, and then I'll tidy those up later. Does that mean application layout down here? Yeah, that's still... it put me in like a weird staged editing mode maybe, but not actually editing the file. I guess because these are staged, they're like, yeah. Okay. Pinned element helper. The others are all okay. Pinned element. Cool, those are all gone. We've cleaned it up. Now if we go git. Dash, 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 dash. Okay, happy with that, I think. I think I'm happy with it. You know, kinda happy. We'll do a commit and we will do UI. UI. Improve experience. Or is it lipstick, you know? Update UI design. Okay, sweet, that'll build and deploy. Now, what more do I want to do in here? I kind of want to add some sort of footer section potentially. Like I kind of feel like there should be some sort of footer on this page. Maybe not all the pages. Once you're in the editor, it's a very specific experience that you're in. I actually wonder if the editor should have a different layout. Actually, that probably changes some of the way that I set that CSS up for this column layout approach. But the top bar could change. Could change the top bar into like a specific mode. Something to consider. Something to consider. Actually, also want to check. You know, like. Not called that anymore. Oh, it redirects though. Okay. Now that I've done some stuff to make it look a little bit better on mobile, I just want to see, you know, like what is it like on mobile as a responsive web app? There's some weirdness with the scroll because of the way that I've done the height, maybe of the viewport height, with 100%. Also, this bar here. Does this have a fixed height? Like, what's going on with this height here? The height is just generated from whatever, right? Okay. And then I can view. It's actually quite nice in terms of like the top bar. Quite nice. The scroll is a little bit janky, but yeah. Can I actually access my 192.168.3. What IP am I on? On my... Yeah, I'll just hide that screen before we show anything. Too secretive. Details? Okay, 20. HTTPS or HTTP:// I haven't set it up so I can access it. So I'll have to do that at a different time. But hey, that's not a problem. There's some stuff on web that I need to sort, on like mobile web, that I need to sort out with the scrolling. But otherwise, it's kind of looking nice on there and stuff. What to focus on next? I kind of want, when I enter this, I want my focus to go back here. How does this form work? This is just doing action, and it's got turbo frame. Data turbo frame, data agenda items, meeting. Boom. It's inside the frame that it's modifying. I might take it out of that frame. Just have it at the bottom. I could also have it pinned to the bottom actually, using kind of cover and stuff. That might be quite nice on a meeting where... Yeah, let's do this. Here, this is a good example. I want the create no agenda item to kind of be stuck at the bottom. And then the other stuff to fall beneath it. I guess this is kind of like the little thing that we built earlier that someone mentioned. I suppose the other way we could do this is position sticky, make it stick at the bottom. Let's see what it looks like. Transcription, show. Actually, this is an agenda item show. Is it? Index. And then we've got the form. And then we could do here like sticky bottom 0. I need to set a background color. BG porcelain 200, is it? Is that what I've got going on down here? No, maybe it's 100. Maybe it's 50, you know? Who knows? Maybe it's 50. We'll get there. Yeah? What is going on here? Like the ones coming out kind of breaks out of the layout there. Oi oi, getting UI to work. Get in there, yeah. Kind of working. I'm just doing some like adjustments. I want this agenda item thing to stick to the bottom of the screen when there's lots of items. So you can always just jump in and add one quickly. But yeah, it's kind of coming together. How's it going? You messaged me on Discord last night, didn't you? And I've not even read them yet. I apologise. I'll take a glance at them now. Oh yeah, I did. Don't worry, it was me half thinking out loud. Oh, no worries. No worries, that's fine. Happy to be a rubber duck. Don't worry about it now. No worries. Okay. Yeah, I didn't get back home till late last night because I was at my parents' house because they were getting internet fitted, although they didn't get the internet fitted because the fibre cable, well, the ducting fibre cable that was supposed to go through has apparently collapsed somewhere along the route, and so it needs repairing before the internet can be installed there, unfortunately. Pain, yes, pain. I took time out of my day and they didn't even get better internet. No, they still have internet at the moment because they hadn't cancelled their old supplier. Yeah, well, they have cancelled, but it doesn't cancel for another couple of weeks or till the end of Feb, maybe. I'm not entirely sure how long they've got it for. But they have internet for now, but at some point, unless they either get this, unless the company fixes the issue with the ducting, or they extend the current contract or something, then possibly no internet. Which is annoying because in a few weeks' time I have to be there to look after. After pet sit the next couple of weeks. My high-speed internet should be in the next few months. Fingers crossed. Nice. Nice. I keep debating trying to get a server set up on my network, but I just don't really have one laying around that I can set up. I've got some old Raspberry Pis, but nothing I could use to actually run anything like a game or anything like that. I was looking at like game software the other day. Again, I don't really have the hardware to run it. I'll just wait for you. We need to sort yourself a Plex server. Yeah, I can't use your Plex server. At some point I will set something up. But yeah, I've also been debating like just running my websites on an internal local server, but I don't know. I feel like at some point I'm going to be like, well, I'd want a backup that's off-site, and then it kind of defeats the point of the whole concept. I'm like, well, now I'm paying for a server remotely anyway, so I have a case and a few other parts. You could cobble one together as a motherboard, and you ready? Tempting. Where is this line coming from? Is this a border of the form? RAM, I think. Well, there's like a HR somewhere. Must be in the form. Oh, it's a bellet. We just need a cooler and storage. I don't know, I keep looking at stuff. Still not sure. I just don't, apart from like maybe setting up the Plex server and maybe the game thing, I actually don't know what else I'd run on it right now. Like, I feel like there's a bunch of stuff I'd like to do with it, but I also feel like it wouldn't be very productive use of time. Like, I could mess about with a whole bunch of like virtual server stuff and all of that. But I'm like, eh. I want to go up to index. What am I trying to do here? Oh, that one. I need to get rid of that one. It's annoying. The section has P-LG on it. Maybe the section shouldn't have. Black server's been great. I'm close to just cancelling all the stream platforms, so on that front it's a money saver. Class equals P large. And then I can do, what am I doing there? That's large. Oh, but then I don't want the, I just want this to be like PX and PP large. Maybe the HR doesn't need to be there because I can just do like border T, porcelain 800 or something. I don't know. What's going on? Border T, porcelain. That did the width, that did the colour. Do I also need to do like border tailwind? So border T solid as well, kind of a bit verbose. No. No. Maybe I have to just do border solid. I don't want it all the way around. What the? That's not what I requested. Border individual sides. Border width individual sides. So they just have two. They just have the two. Delete. Do the space. I think what I'm going to do is maybe go to utilities and then maybe create a new one, which would just call like separated.css. Separated can just be the one where it just says border top 1 pixel solid var color porcelain 800. Why am I watch favorite? I didn't do anything. Just noise. Then we can replace that with separated. May need to. Oh no, that's fine. $500. I don't really know what color I want that to be. 500. Maybe it just needs to be a little bit darker than the. What is it at the moment? Did we say it was like 50, that background? I think we did. Yeah, there we go. Dashed. Dotted. Padding top. No, it needs to be. In here, really. PT's extra small. And then I actually wonder, like, rather than doing all of that to separate, why not just do BG porcelain 100? Delete to there. 100 doesn't work. Oh, I've already. Maybe I could just do different shade. Possibly. P large, PB none. Small. Doesn't need to be that large. XS. Did it get smaller? Or it actually get smaller? It is smaller. But then there's also like margin and other stuff. Maybe it just needs to be none. I don't think none works. I don't think none does anything. Okay. How does it look on a meeting where there is fine. This kind of needs to be in a stack then. Do I have the stack? Do stack? No, not that. Div. Actually, I can do dot stat, aren't I? $19K. Is it weird that it's all the way down there? Means it's always in the same place, but it also kind of feels like it's a bit too far away if there's nothing in here. We'll go back. We'll go back. What if maybe I go into the form and we do the separated thing? Two pixels, maybe. Yeah, screw it. I'll go with that. Class font bold. I kind of want to make that bold. I feel like it should be. Create no agenda item. Topic name, add item. But maybe this button should be combined with the text, but input. Okay. The other bit that I want to make work here is when I add stuff into here, I want the autofocus to come back to this box. I do wonder whether this form should be outside of this turbo frame. But then does that cause, yeah, weird stuff to happen? But it does need to be in the turbo frame. So when I submit the form, well, can I add the data? Oh, I already have. Up here, do I add perhaps a turbo permanent set to true? Turbo hotwire. Book reference. Attributes. There's like a data turbo permanent. Maybe I just misspelled permanent. Turbo underscore permanent. Not it. Persist the element between page loads. The element must have a unique ID attribute. Okay, fine. So it didn't have a unique ID. We need to have an ID on it, which is going to be like agenda item dot meeting. Agenda item form. No, agenda item form. Okay. So that now persists this element. This form doesn't get reset now, but it does mean that I can write some code to kind of go in there and keep focus. I mean, focus is kept by default, so all I really need to happen with the form now is to have it clear out every time I submit. So. Why are the vibrations? Okay, so when you click this button or submit the form by pressing enter, we need to do something. That's reset field. So I think maybe a stimulus controller is probably in order for that. We could probably do controller form like reset. The form reset controller. And then where? Yeah, I suppose we could just, I mean, the other options go in here. Rails, G, stimulus. And then we'll do form reset controller. That will create that for us. And we'll go in there and just edit it. So when we connect this .element.on add event listener. What do we want to happen? Submit. This.submit.bind this. Reset form. This dot element dot reset. Is that a thing that I can do? Like, there is a way I can just like on the. So if we grab the form and then go $0, that's now referencing the form. Getting highlighted. Reset. I don't need this. I've just realised. I think I can do this without the controller. We'll have the controller for a second, but let's just go form agenda items. I think I can just literally do on submit this dot reset. And then I can get rid of the data controller for a second. Hello? Did it not get called? Maybe I needed to refresh. The form doesn't seem to have the on submit action. On submit this dot reset. ID, class, data turbo frame, data turbo permanent action, accept method, post. Rails on submit. Form with model scope, URL, format, options. Data, HTML. I think I have to call it like HTML then. Like we have class and data already, but they don't have HTML. No, not there. You silly sausage. Like that. On submit reset. So I can go in here, add. Problem is it resets it like immediately. So actually I kind of want to do form on success submit type thing. I don't think that's going to exist. So I'm going to need to use a turbo event, which is like on submit end. So like after we've loaded the submission, in which case I will need believe I need the controller. And because it's not the submit action that we would like to do, it's the turbo submit end. Console.log resetting form. Form hyphen reset. Agenda item form. Change that to a hyphen. God, that was aggressive. Anyway. Nice. That's quite cool. That's good. It means we can just basically go in here and quickly rattle off an agenda. We're like, oh, what are we going to have? We're going to have the intro, then we're going to follow up with the apologies, and then we're going to have the matters arising, and then we're going to have the like club admin, and then finance update. Like whatever, right? So we can just rattle these off now, and we can just press enter and just add them in quickly. It's actually quite nice. It's good. This obviously isn't really how that wants to look because this is different. So I just realised. It can't be an ID because now this is going to break stuff, you know, like. How do I want this to work for the smaller ones? I mean, it kind of works. But it doesn't want to be turbo permanent. I guess turbo permanence is dependent on gender. No, the gender parent item present. No. And then the ID even is like agenda item dot parent item dot present. But I guess this could be like agenda item dot parent item or the meeting. And then that would ensure that they all have correct ID. New agenda item form, agenda item 123. Whereas the one down here has a new agenda item for meeting 60, an ID. The class though feels different dependent on the class here should be different dependent on whether it's a is, then it's that, otherwise it's that. I don't even know what it's going to do. Ruby, ternary, if this is a true value, is it because I missed a space there? Yeah, it would have been. Undefined method present. Oh, that's a bit confusing. Present question mark question mark. Yeah. And then if I click add sub item, but this one still works. Okay, cool. Let's do PS. I think we can commit that. I think that's a good place to commit some stuff. Separated. We've got the reset controller, which just does simple reset. We have the form. It's got some weird complex styles to it now. I'll update some of the styles in there. Also change the section to not have CC. Improve design and experience of agenda items sidebar. Side. Cool. One of the things that I wanted to do. Okay. I think I have a pretty good front screen that maybe I do need to constrain. Maybe there's like a max width on this that I should add. What's a good max width? Maybe like 1280 or something. Like if I did like max width 1280 pixels, margin, inline auto. It stops like these ridiculously large ones. I actually think that that works quite well. So I'm going to do that. We'll go... where should we set that to? I guess I should probably set that on the meeting index page. Max W 1280 pixels. Oh, and then like MI auto. Can I make... I want this to be margin inline auto. They do MX on the thing. I wish Tailwind would use the inline and block, like the logical CSS properties. I may see about changing it actually in the config to make sure that those are what are used. I think at the moment they're not. I think when I did that, it did margin left and right, yeah. So I can see about overriding that. And this one needs that as well. I think I could just write that as a utility, right? Utility. Page.css. Page. Margin inline auto max width 1280 pixels. There we go. And then if I go back to the meeting index, delete to there, change that to page. Cool. Meeting trash show. Nice. Page. You know, this free Excel as well and the flow. I mean, the flow maybe not, but like at least the free Excel. Maybe you should go into the page. Adding large to free Excel. Adding large to free Excel. Yes, okay. And then if I find a page thing, I can do padding, var space, large to free Excel. Then it's fine there. View the trash. It's also fine here. Nice. And then I think I can add that to a bunch of places, right? So when I go to this page, which is the home. Yes. We'll make a div with .page and .flow. Yes. How do you center a div? Well, my preferred way, you know, is to use grid at the moment, CSS grid. I know this is probably a memey question, but it is a mystery and people need to know. I've got a div on my page. I'm going to use body as the thing that's centering it in, and it's going to say hello, and the body is going. Let's just give the div a background, a papaya width. I'm liking papaya width today. Maybe some padding. You know, we'll get summing in the page. Maybe even a width so we can see it. Or let's just make it like 25% of the screen. And then body. I like display grids, you know. Display grids, place items in the center, you know. And because obviously the height, you need to make sure the HTML and the body. And thank you for the follow. There we go. It's in the center. Solved it. Thank you for the follow. Pray for weebs. I hope you appreciate the centering of the div content here. I could do flex maybe. Justify content center, but you're always going to get it wrong. Item center. You need both of them, right? Yeah, there we go. An extra couple of lines. How would we have done it without display flex or display grid? You know, I've done it before. It's going to make my mind work for a second though. Text align center. That's the text, right? We don't want the text. We want margin and line auto. Well, that's not on the body. We want it down here on the div, right? But how do we get it in the center? Well, you know, that's asking a bit too much, but maybe we could do position absolute, you know, do top 50%. And that would kind of get it in the center, but it's not quite in the center. So we'd need to set like a margin top of like minus 50% as well. Is that right? No. What? Minus... Padding top. Can't set minus padding. If you knew the height of the thing, so if you knew your box was like 100 pixels tall, which is now very clearly not in the center, the top is the center, then you could set a margin top of like minus 50 pixels. That would work. You could also do transform, or maybe you can do translate y minus 50%. And then you don't matter about knowing the height, because translate is using the height of the thing to apply the translation. There you go. Centering a div 4 different ways. Great content. Good question, because it's tricky. It used to be a lot trickier. Cool, so we've got this page is now kind of centered and laid out nicer. Let's go through and do it to some of the other ones as well. Move into identity, emails, edit. I don't know, I just assumed that this was the page that we were doing, but actually we're on the change email address page. And that's fine, so we can go in here. Password resets, edit. div class page flow. That's that one. Actually, I could turn this into a macro. You know, let's do that. Q. What do we want to like? Page. So what did we do? Press Shift O, and we typed out div class page flow that escape J d d d d d U. I probably could have written the file as well, but hey. Anyway, so now I've recorded that as a macro. If I go, I don't think I've actually got one more page to do, but you know, we'll do it anyway. Passwords, edit. Now I can do at Q. Actually, I don't know why I did at Q. At P. There we go. Nice. Recordings, registrations. We'll do it here as well. At P. At P. Is this Ruby? It is Ruby. I'm doing some Ruby on Rails. Loads of yeah. Don't want to do it there. That's a partial. It's wild. Yeah, it's a bit verbose. I'll give you that. That's the embedded Ruby syntax. This isn't. I guess this is like the template files. What? P. Oh. That should be most of these pages now. Back, fix it there. I need to fix some of these back buttons, but hey. Change password. Change email address. 2-factor. Device sessions. The logout screen. We've got password screen? No. Identity password reset. Fun. Okay, I refresh there, got password. It seems to have lost the top bar on some of those. I guess because I'm not logged in. That would make sense. That's fine. Sign up. Okay, cool. Fine. And then the main screen. So I can sign in. I can sign in with my details. Enter. I'm in. All of the pages now feel like they are kind of centrally aligned. So I'm looking in the same place every time, which is good. Happy with that. Yeah, that syntax is a little bit weird, but actually you get used to it. Is it reactive? It's not using React as a library, but we use Hotwire, and then we have like some. So this stuff here is all. You can go in here and add items. You can go in here and edit the board meeting. Road board meet Q3, I think. You can go in here, edit those. I'd say it's fairly reactive. I think there's not much in here that I can't do that I would have done. What am I trying to say there? There's not much here that I felt like I really needed to reach to react or something like that for. But it's a different type of reactive. All of that stuff is being driven by server. So the server returns little partial bits of HTML and replaces it on the page. So it's very much like if you've seen any other stuff about HTMX. Oh, responsive. Yes, I'm working on responsive stuff. It's not quite responsive, but yeah, in here it kind of shrinks down and then go through. This page I still need to work on a little bit more, but it works responsive. I'm not happy with all of it entirely just yet, but it's coming together. Yeah, I suppose I should probably summarize the project actually a little bit. So what we have here is Muster Minutes, which is a project I'm working on for taking meeting notes and turning them into minutes, or recordings and turning them into minutes. So one of the things I do outside of building stuff is I'm volunteering as secretary of a committee, and each month we have a monthly meeting and I need to write minutes for that meeting. We're a small committee of like 5 people, so it's kind of hard to participate in the meeting and take the notes. So what I've started doing is just recording them, and I've started building this tool to turn those recordings into minutes using AI. So you can upload your meeting, you go in here, add your meeting details, and then once you've got one, you kind of go in, you can upload it, and then you choose to generate a transcription. And there's a few bits that are broken in here at the moment because I'm doing some design work, but once you've got that transcribed, it'll look something like this one, where you can then fill out the agenda on the left hand side, and this will already be done for you in the middle. You can identify who the different speakers are, so you can be like, oh, that person there, that's their name. You go Chris, I'll update across all of the places. And then after you've done that, you can then choose to have it transcribed. So that's a draft one, doesn't work, but then OpenAI ChatGPT generates the minutes for you. That's another place where I should minutes index, or show rather. And here I can go page info. That's pretty awesome. You have a backend pointing to OpenAI API or something. Yes, the backend's all Ruby on Rails. And then it points to OpenAI's API and uses OpenAI's API behind the scenes to generate these minutes. The transcription isn't done with OpenAI. That's using Amazon. Amazon have a service which also I point towards. I upload the audio to there and then they transcribe it and turn it into the transcription. What am I looking for here? Git. I think this is mostly looks like a lot of change. I think all I did really was add in the so I'll just commit that. CC, we'll do lipstick, add max width and page utility parts. Push. Hey, what's up? Hey Fish Dino, how's it going? Doing well, thank you. Yep, that's that done. That's deploying. Cool. What next? What do we want to work on? You're in the trenches of using NeoVim. I need a hand holding when coding. NeoVim has quite a lot. Like it does a lot of, I guess JetBrains has a lot of hand holding. I've never really used JetBrains. I've always used editors that have been fairly lightweight, and even with VS Code I've tried to include very little that does stuff for me, maybe. Stuff like IntelliType, like the basic stuff's in there. But even this has, like if I go to controller, the orders controller or something, do like current.account, and Copilot as well, like current.user. I haven't got all of the autocomplete, but there's completions, and then also Copilot. Just completed EHE. I don't know what EHE is. What's EHE? Tell me more. In ethical hacking essentials. Oh, okay, cool. You learn skills like penetration testing, vulnerability assessment, system hacking, skill coding. That's quite cool. Is that like an online course or something? No, it's an exam for certification. Fair enough. Congratulations on completing it. What certification are you going for? Or is the ethical hacking essential for the certification? Cybersecurity expert, nice. Is a plan to get a job? I assume this plan is to get a job in that space. Really do there. BG porcelain 50, 100, rounded. And maybe we'll have a class here of like flow. No, I'm in school. Fair enough. Nice. It's cool to be looking into that stuff at that age. I feel like the logout button should be inside of here, maybe. Rounded large. Gonna try and do an internship. That's nice. Hey, thank you for the follow. I always never know where to look when the follows come up. I'm like, well, I have them on both sides. So it's just... at the camera. That, but yes, but I need to know who followed before I can look at the camera. So I'm like whose name do I say? I can't just look at the camera. I suppose I could thank you without naming the person, but I don't know. But yes, it is the correct answer. Which one do you recommend? C# or JavaScript? I already completed C++. I don't really know. I feel like JavaScript worth learning. They are very different languages, unless you mean Java instead of JavaScript. I feel like JavaScript is so ubiquitous though, and if you've already done C++, then if you want to build an antivirus, then you're probably not looking at JavaScript, you're probably looking at C# or maybe Java. You can do it with Java. I think Rust or Go are like the two popular ones in like that sort of space right now that you could probably use for that sort of thing. Java looks boring. Yeah, no one likes Java. I can't seriously recommend Java. I like personally, like in terms of some of the stuff that I'd be interested in learning, I'd go Rust or Go. I actually really like the look of Go, but I know that there's some people that prefer Rust, so. What is this home path like? Is it just home path? Yeah. Can I do PG grep and then do like root path and see everywhere where there's a root path, and then if I do Control Q, adds it to the quick fix list, and this is where I'm getting out of my depth. You work on Ruby? Yeah, I'm mostly, my experience is mostly JavaScript. I've done a lot of front end, a lot of full stack, but mostly like Node.js and React, and before that Angular, and before that, like it's always been web based. But over the last, I guess I've been doing Ruby now for the last 4 years for like side projects and stuff. I quite like Ruby. I know that there's might be a controversial opinion. There's some people that not such a fan of Ruby, but for me it's good. I'm quite productive in it. Rust is cool. Working on a stable diffusion front end in GUI, cross-platform GUI framework in Rust. That sounds interesting. Which one is good, Unity or Unreal Engine? I feel like those are just, again, two completely different engines. Like, it depends on what you want to build, right? I think I saw something about Power World recently. I think it was like Pirate Software talking about Power World and how... Oh no, it was a different... It might have been Theo's video. Theo did a video about Power World. And I think they last minute switched from Unity to Unreal Engine. Yeah, Power World is Unity now, but like they switched, like that small team of like, I don't even know how many developers are on that team. They switched to Unity and like last, I don't even know, but it was right towards the end of the project. They started in Unity, it was Unity, it's Unreal Engine now rather. I think that's what they did. Because I think they were starting to hit some limits on Unity. I might have to check that. Power World, Unreal Engine. Is that true? It was originally being developed using Unity. They switched to Unreal Engine 5. Unreal is easier, in my opinion. You can build up source. I've not really done anything with either of them, to be honest. Like, again, all of my experience has mostly been web dev. Speaking of Josh, I caved and I have a month of Game Pass. It's on about playing through Grounded and you downloaded Power World. Okay, fine. I'll download Power World at some point. We can do Power World. I was tempted. I don't know how long I'll stick to it, but yeah, I'll get Game Pass and we'll give it a go. Nice. I won't be able to do tonight or tomorrow. Friday might be okay. That's why I say a month. We'll review at the end of Feb. Are you actually going to play through Grounded again? Someone play Red Dead Redemption 2? I have done some Red Dead Redemption 2 before, but I don't know. I don't think I could get back into it. I completed it 3 times. But I'd need to finish it. I never finished it. That's my problem with those like long RPG games now. I run out of time. I know life it for like a period of time, and then something comes up in life that means I stop playing it for maybe a day, maybe a couple of days, maybe a week, and then when I come back there's something new, shiny to play with. And if it's a single player game, it's not getting picked up, which is a shame. Well, I was describing it to Koos and seemed keen to see what actually gets played with Power World being out too. Fair enough. Is that all of those? I think so. We can close that. And then we'll just make sure that all of these... That goes back here. That goes back here. That was the wrong place to go back to. Identity, email, edit. Identity, email, edit. Home path. Maybe I just didn't save the file. Okay. Or another game. Okay, cool. So these will now go back to the right place. Okay. We are going to have an ad in about a minute's time. I'm just running ads on their automated schedule to make sure that no one has pre-rolls when they join. So, and I'll also use it to take a quick break as well. So. I'll grab a drink and then I'll be back. Before that happens, maybe we can commit this. What did we do in here? We added the home path, added the colouring, coloured it in, you know. Lipstick and dated count home. That'll do. Whatevs. Yep. And we'll push it. Cool. I will be back in a moment. I'm back. I'm back. Thanks for bearing with me while I take that break. Ads apparently still running, but again, people get different length ads, so I don't know. Often I find people don't get the full duration of the ads, so hopefully that's you, and hopefully you're back. If not, then maybe you've got another minute left. We'll see. What was I doing? Okay. We've just committed stuff, right? So there's we've kind of got no working changes. I think one of the next things I'd like to do, one of the things I think I need to do, is perhaps work on some inputs. Also, we missed this page somehow. Meeting new at P. There we go. Bring that into the center. Now, is that the only page we've missed? I think so. I think one of the next things we should do is just get like some form styles going on. Be good to get some form styles embedded into the page. I think some basic styles might be going here. So what's going on here? Because we have input and we have background color set to porcelain 100 and the color set to 900. But why do these not have that? We have two sets of input styles going on. What's going on? Clear that. Oh, okay. Okay. Now, they also have this like outline. I kind of really like the way that have this focus state with the buttons. I kind of feel like I should carry that throughout the site. Let's just see if how that applies as well. Let's see, like change password. Okay, some of those forms need some love, but I wonder if this should appear as a modal, like the add meeting. When do you code all the malware and keyloggers and stuff? It's not that sort of stream. Boring. Fine. We'll code a keylogger. We'll go application.js, and then in here we'll just do window.add event listener key press function, we'll grab the event, and then we'll console.log e.p. Okay, fine. Kind of a keylogger. Oh, E. Well, that's because it's event. There we go. Hacked. Only when you're visiting this website. Let's go back to what we do. So we've got error states to think about with forms. Like maybe they should have like some sort of red glow to them. I wonder, actually, whether I implement some sort of I need to have a quick think about what the form should look like. Should I just have the labels sit above? And then how long should the input be? Maybe above makes sense here. Label display block, maybe. Oh, but I've got them in the display in the cluster, so that's why they will be. Control O. And then they would need to be display block. Min width. Like 50%? That feels a bit. That's just all inputs as well, so that's not even. Don't like that. Font. Can I type, please? Can't wait, bold. I just don't really know how I want the form to work or look, you know? There's just not that much on this form. I guess I could prompt you to upload the audio recording immediately if you have one. Probably makes more sense here at the moment. In the current flow that I have, it might make more sense to just say, hey, like, do you want to upload the recording now? And that flow would make more sense, because at the moment we have this flow where you go in here and you set the meeting, you're like, okay, it's going to be today at 6:30, and then you have to upload the recording. And you go in here and you pick your file and you go, okay, it's the cutie pie recording, and you upload that, and then it does the analyzing audio, and then eventually it'll come through and say, hey, now you can pay. And it probably just makes more sense if you just upload your audio here. Like, so. Recording form. It really is only just this, right? Well, I'll grab that. And then we will do PF. We'll go to meeting new, meeting form. Nope, come on, that one. Form dot fields for, it kind of knew what I wanted. Recording, do recording form. And then we'll change these to from form to recording form. And so when I refresh this, again, I don't know why, like sometimes goes slow and I can't figure that detail out. Where is it? I think it's because I need to do equals there. Yeah, it was. Okay, that's ridiculously large. What are you playing at? Oh, it's because of the flex one that I've got in here. It's because I told it to. Delete to the % sign, and we'll add that in a space, and then I guess we'll get rid of that as well. Cluster, because we're not really doing that here. Okay. The label feels like it needs a let's do margin top. Var space extra small. Just, yeah, a little bit. And then the labels themselves have a margin top of like var space small as well. Maybe larger. Medium. As a line item center, what's going on here? Oh, because the input now has base. not type equals type submit. Like we don't care about those boxy submit buttons. There we go. Maybe it should have been the space underneath. So if I take that and then bring it down, margin, block end, block start, and then like the block end doesn't need to be that big, we can do small. That feels more appropriate. I guess this could be quite long. So if I did like January meeting. Well, that's quite long. So maybe they should be 100%, but then maybe it's like a paragraph. Maybe it's more like min width is 75 ch. So I could do that, like min width 65 ch or something. Does it look weird now though? Because they're not, you know. Maybe the form needs to be 65 ch and then centered, but that could also be a bit odd. Because the form doesn't contain the new meeting header, so that wouldn't be wrapped in it. I feel like the file part, like meeting new form, is interesting here because you might have like some sort of paragraph that's just like, and also this just says file, but actually really it should say something like record meeting recording. Upload a recording of the meeting. I want to add some text, but I kind of don't know what it looks like yet. I could do like a drag and drop area for this as well. That might be quite nice. Be like, hey, drag the file here to upload. I feel like this part is kind of dependent on the start date, because you might set a start date in the past, in which case it would say, hey, the meeting has happened, like you need a recording for this to really be valuable. Whereas if the start date is in the future, then we kind of have a different option we want to show you. How do I want to approach that? Because that's interesting. Kind of this form that takes two different routes. I could use a stimulus controller, or I could do something with turbo. That could be an interesting thing to explore. Start at, I can change this to be like meeting date. Time. Why does that feel weird? Like I don't... Feels weird. Why does it feel weird? What am I doing? Hold on. When does this meeting start? Okay. Placeholder conference call. I actually wonder about swapping these around. Like, I kind of prefer this being like, when does this meeting start, being the label. I also... meeting time is too functional. When does this meeting take place? Oh. And then I don't need the paragraph, right? That kind of simplifies that. What is the name of this meeting? I like it for this. I don't like it for this. I feel like it can be more succinct here. Like, meeting name probably feels more succinct. But now I've got these two different contrasting approaches for the labels. It creates this inconsistency that I'm not entirely sure about. What do you call this meeting? What is the name of this meeting? Got kind of a couple of different approaches here. We've got like the give name, give like I'm gonna ask ChatGPT. We're not doing anything with ChatGPT today. I have a form for adding a meeting to my app. I'm not sure how to approach the labels for the inputs for this form. I have the following fields: name, start time, and recording. A file upload of file upload input. What approaches could I take? I'm not going to seed it with like some of the ideas that I've got just yet. I want to see what it's going to come up with, and then I'm going to feed it in some of those other details. Meeting name, event title, meeting start time, event start. Event title, meeting name, meeting start time. Name, start time. Yeah, perhaps I could do that approach and then go back to like this could be change inside the quotes, meeting start time, and then do the paragraph. When does this meeting start? And then this could just be meeting name. Yeah, that's okay, I think. Meeting, placeholder like weekly team meeting. Change inside the quotes, monthly committee meeting. I wonder if I put like the current month in there. It might be nice touch just to be like, oh yeah, see, like it's January. Ruby get current month. Name. January committee meeting. Is it placeholder enough? This one's required, right? And I guess this is as well. And so it'd be good to show you which is required in the form. So I need to figure out required, that's a good point. Accessibility, validation, error messages, yeah, fine, okay. Responsiveness, fine. I'm also debating doing the side-by-side kind of like 2-column bit with this. Maybe having like a sidebar, but then have it collapse down on mobile. So it's like this on mobile, but then making use of the space over here on these larger screens. I think that could look quite good. Meeting recording. And then for this part here, change inside the tag. An audio or video recording of the meeting to be transcribed. Upload an audio, a recording. Maybe I don't need to specify an audio or video. A recording of the meeting to be transcribed. And then I feel like this is kind of dependent on this. I wonder if I should. Maybe let's call this like field group, because then I can decide what the field. No, I kind of like field group as the name. I'm wondering as well, do I here, instead of doing that, can I do delete to the percent sign, change it and do, and then do strong, and then do like meeting recording. And then go into like the base, you know, over here. I don't know about just having that as default now. I think block fine, but like now this whole thing is the label, so it's all clickable. Also, if I dragged, I could drag onto there as well. And I think that makes more sense. And then for that one, it can just be that, but this here as well, like I can delete to percent sign, and then I can just do strong. Well, actually, I keep forgetting I can use emit. Meeting start time. It also means like the bit that I was thinking about in here was I can do the asterisk, but it means I can wrap the asterisk in some sort of span. where I can then give it another class. And I just need to remember, like, what colors do I have going on? Do I have like a red? I do. I do. Red 400. Like text red 400. Pop a color in there. And then actually, this is what I can do. I can do. I'm trying to convert a value going from 0 to 180 to a percentage. Value going from. So what you're saying is if you've got 90, you want it to be 50%. So you take 90 in and you do what? You divide it by 180, and then you get 0.5, and you times it by 100 if you want it as and it's got 50%. And then if it was like 45, it'd be 25%. It was 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, that should be what you need. Sure, but I want the Arduino to do it and point to serial. You can map it to do, but it's not working. You Arduino to do it and point to serial. Print to serial. The print to serial is the bit at the end, though, right? So I guess like I'm trying to think what issues you could be experienced along the way there. Yeah, I got that bit. Got code snippet. Maybe I can spot something. Label that is empty. If it's font weight bold. If it's empty, does that mean it's got no text, or does it just mean it's got no children? Is this empty? No. CSS selector empty, but with text. No children, but not empty. It's not empty I want. It's a different one. I can't remember. CSS pseudo selector has no children, does have text. I mean, empty is kind of it, but kind of not. I couldn't move it. I was like trying to drag it and it just wasn't happening. Okay. what we got here? Let's see. Oh, it's got short. Oh, it's gone. The only difference is my... Oh. It's gone. Sorry, I'm going to try to do it. No worries. How should I get stuck? Fair enough. Sometimes just nuking it and starting again is a good option. This is going to look weird, right? But because empty's not working, what I can say is it's not have any children. Doesn't have any. Is that okay? Does that work? Yes. Man, that looks weird, but hey, it works. So then I don't have to make it bold. But if you add children into this, then you get to specify whether it's bold or not. Okay, cool. Now the next thing I want to do is maybe just like if I go look at the button, it has this like hover outline thing going on. So maybe I could do that with this, like, and hover. Not that. Don't change the background color, but set the outline. Sure. It's on hover, so maybe it's hover or active. Is active that's getting that class in there? Or focus. I don't know, I like that. I don't. I like it. I thought there was an idea here and it just wasn't the right thing. I think it's just a bit too much. Perhaps we can keep the style, but like just tone it down and maybe increase the color. And then it's still in the same. And then I think if I go back to the button, I can do and active, at least that focus. Yeah, that feels more appropriate. Maybe I could bring this down to 300. Probably not contrasty enough to show the active state. Maybe if I did 4 pixels, or is that... not terrible. Okay. The next thing I'd like to do is perhaps add a little bit of like the sidebar. Like if I go to with sidebar, I'm going to grab all of that for a second and go back to our base. Actually, no, we're going to do field group. So, I'm going to call it a block, and we're going to call this one field group.css. Field group. Actually, I think I can probably just replace everything in this file with the with sidebar can just become field group. What's that going to do? I thought these were all field groups. They are, but I probably need to restart this because I've added a new file and it needs to detect it. Okay. First child. It's obviously had some effect because stuff's changed. Post it again. I think it's something to do that ints have in the loop. Let's take a look. I'm going to have to Control B, colon new dash S. There we go. TD temp. Arduino. It doesn't help because I don't actually have an Arduino stuff, but anyway. Let's see what have we got. We've got the servo setup. There's a bracket there, and it goes to there potentially, and then there's a closing bracket there. Oh, I see. She's got 2 loops at the moment. So it loops over and... Oh, so you go from 0 to 180 degrees and then you come in 80 degrees to come back. And so you're writing it each time. And then... this is the chunk, right, where you're doing the... Yeah, so I should be able to read that position value. Do you have to, like, I mean, it's been a while since I've done Arduino, so I'm kind of just making stuff up, but is this, can you not just do position, what would it be, like if it's 90 divided by 180, right, is that thing? Can you not just do divide 180? And then you'd get like a floating, I guess this is an integer, so you'd one of the problems there would be you'd need to use like Arduino data types. What do they have? Float? You'd probably need a float maybe for a number that contains a decimal point. It probably does, but Arduino map function remaps a number from one range to another. the value to map from the low end to the low. Yeah, it does. So I guess you're putting in the position, the max value here. I don't know if that's missing an X there, so maybe that's why. If that max value is only used for here, that one of these was missing the X, so maybe that's why that number wasn't getting in, but let's say that was 180. Yeah, that should do the same thing, but that's a lot more, potentially a lot more complex than this. The map function is more useful if you weren't starting at 0. If you're just trying to work out the percentage, then it's probably better just to do like simple maths. Yeah, I think in the yeah, that X, there's an X missing there on line 6 on that MA value. So this max value here that's being read on line 19 is getting undefined. I'd miss the X, but still not happy. What do you get if you just print out the position? What does that give you? What's the error beyond after you solve the max value? Like, what's the error in the console? What is going on my build group? So
listen to me speak, but just do what you want. What words will you keep? The ones that cause us harm. You assume the
I need to swap those around. That was one of the problems here. I think I have to set like a flex basis on there or something. Sidebar width needs to be like a fixed thing, so I set flex basis 30% essentially. And then at a certain point it'll well, it won't, because it's for 30%, which it can't be. It's got to be a fixed pixel% number, because then it does that. I get the position printed out going from 0 to 180. Oh, I thought that would be simple to convert that value to a 0 to 100% scale and print that instead. It should be. I would have thought it was. Do you have to do... no, that would be fine. Doing the maths way. I don't know how to do it. Well, you can just do like that. All that function's really doing is this. Like that is how that function's defined in Arduino. So, but obviously you don't really need, like, this is interpolation. Like, you don't really need to do all of this stuff. This is quite a complex equation for doing what you want, because you don't actually, because you're working from 0 in both cases. If you wanted to interpolate like a set of values to a different range, like, I don't know, 100 to 200, and that's going to become 1000 to 2000 for some reason, then this becomes really useful because you get to figure out the things in the middle, but you're just trying to work out the percentage. So I'd say you could probably just go in here and int throttle position divided by 180 and times by 100. You can wrap brackets around that if you need to. And then you don't have the throttle bit in there. Good. I don't want a gap, but I kind of do want there to be a gap. There's different gaps I can do. Gap. I can't remember which way around the gaps are. I kind of don't want there to be... I guess it's that way. There should be no gap there, but then when they're here, there should be a gap. Which way around was that? 0 is the first one. And there's going to be a quick ad break as well. I'm going to take a quick break as well, and then I'll be back, and then we'll figure out where we go next. Ad break will be in 20 seconds, but I do need to take a break now. Be right back.
Traffic below.
Yeah, back. Yeah. Maybe we set this to 350. Just to give myself a bit more space. Now I feel like, yeah, the inputs have margin and they shouldn't because of this. The field group should have this margin. And really, maybe even not even the field group. You know, maybe the job of spacing these items is the meeting show, the meeting form, rather, has got flow on it. There should be. And there is, but it just needs to be larger, I think. Flow space large. And then once we've got that back in there, what does it look on mobile? We've lost some of this spacing, which means we're back to the field group. Actually, this can have space small. A small bit of space between each item. There we go. Then when we're on mobile, we're looking okay. What on earth is all of this? Like, that is a lot of space. Oh, because we've got like P3XL like doubled up. Meeting Shnu. We can get rid of that. We were like doubling up on the older spacing there. That's better. Okay. I do wonder if it should have like a line item center. Be like meeting name, meeting start time. But I don't know if it's so much center as it is, I just need a bit of margin. Like, what is the... But then I won't want margin here, right? On this... Because let's say I make this quite tall. Like, I'm kind of thinking this item here could have some height to it. Right? Let's say it did. It looks like this, and that looks stupid. It looks stupid. I feel like these reverse now. Like, You know, like I feel like Lex Col row reverse. Got it. Got it. Nice. Good job. What have I done? Have I broken everything everywhere else? Yeah, pretty much, kind of. I'll come back and make sure these get the right treatment. ChatGPT threw me off with the map function. Yeah, you gotta be careful, ChatGPT. It's good, but then also it will do rogue stuff that just doesn't need to happen. I'm still a bit confused as to why that map function didn't work. It should do what you want, but it just does it in a very verbose, noisy way. Yeah. It uses integer map. The fractions might get suppressed due to this. That still shouldn't be a problem, but anyway. Please consider avoiding that. But you, again, like, you don't really need the decimal places, but yeah.
All I heard about was all your love, wrapped in lies. Oh, showing off, pretending to be nice. All I heard about was all your love, but you crossed the line. Oh, but I got no heartache, heartbreak, grief about you now. No, I will keep dancing, till the sun comes up and I'm running out of luck. I'm going out till dawn. I'll keep dancing, when the game's still on and I'm all the way for more. Oh, I will keep on dancing.
Paragraph. Color. Var. Porcelain 700 maybe.
Oh, I need you. Look at me, we could bring us back. Don't tell me how you feel, it's your regret.
Problem is, as I go down the colours, they become a little bit more. 500 is not actually that bad. 600. Want to create some contrast from the label. I think that'll do it for today, because I'm going to have to head off because I've got a thing to go to. Ugh. Fine. I do want to commit this quickly before I leave, but I kind of don't want to commit the bit that doesn't quite work yet, and that specifically is the meeting recording part here. Can't do that. Could just do that and it kind of hides it. Or can I get it working quickly? If it's in there, it's going to the meeting controller. And then that will accept the recording to have a file. Rails accept nested params for there's nested resources in a Ruby on Rails application. There's a line that I know that I want, but I just can't remember what it is and where it goes. We'll ask ChatGPT. I have a meeting model in Rails. I have a form for this model. Have a meeting model in Rails. It has one recording model which has a file storage file attachment called file. I'd like to have my meetings controller accept the recording in the create action. So the recording is created when the meeting is created. Just want to throw this in and then we'll yes, yeah. I've told you I've already done this. Okay, that's what I need. Accept nested attributes for recording. Let's just check the docs because I'm pretty sure that that's correct. But that allows it to have this, and then the meeting because it can do that. Yeah. Where is it gone? Where's the... I've brought it back. In theory. Should have done. Should be there. What did I change? I mean, the meeting has that now. But that shouldn't really affect things. Oh, it's now there. Maybe it was... Did I miss something? I'm very confused. Meeting form. Form.builds for. I should just be like tasks because that's. I think we'll have to solve that, you know, maybe next time. Unfortunately. Yeah, fine. I'm gonna have to head off. I thought that was gonna be a quick solve. I think that was the only thing I had to do, but for some reason it's not showing those lines. But hey. Okay, I'm gonna have to head off. Thank you for the stream. Thank you for the follows today. I had quite a few people drop in. Danny Rigg, League of Lego Boy, Pray for Weebs, and Fish Dino. Thanks for all the follows and the chats. I'll not be streaming tomorrow. My car is in for a service and I have to take it there and I won't be around. So while I wait for it, and Friday, I should be streaming Friday. It might be a short stream. But we'll see, we'll figure it out, and then we'll keep working on this flow, and we're getting almost there. We almost have like an end-to-end seamless experience. I think next week we're gonna have to fix the translation editor, but that really is one of the last things before having a full kind of product, I suppose, that works end-to-end. And then there's some more stuff I want to do on the meeting minutes generation side. I want to refine the meeting minutes generation. But that's next time. Thanks for the follows once again and hanging out. I'll see you next time. Bye.